Welcome on in, cuties. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome on in, Kikyo. Welcome on in the Minty system. Oh, enjoy your lurk. Hope things go better soon. Welcome on Silver Linings. Welcome on in Zoe. Welcome on in Indra. And welcome on in Mintwave. Hope you're all doing well. As stated before, I am doing a reading stream. And I'm going to be reading Cinder, the Lunar Chronicles, which supposedly is a New York Times bestseller. I've had this book for years, and I made an attempt at reading it at way back when, but I've never finished it. Now, I have made a couple adjustments prior to starting the stream. First of all, you may notice that the channel points are now pizza puffs. Yeah, I made a bit of a last minute art piece just for the pizza puffs. I hope you all enjoy. I hope you all enjoy spending your pizza puffs. Hey Sess, welcome on in. I have also disabled I've also disabled the webcam redeem and the I've also disabled the webcam redeem and the text to speech redeems for the time being. The webcam redeems came I decided to The webcam redeem specifically I decided to disable for the time being because I wanted because I don't know how a webcam is going to work on this screen. And before anyone asks, yes, I am in the plant pot. This is a hit. This is a joke from a much earlier her reading stream, like over a year ago. So just the haunted house plant. Rogue, get out of here. I know what you're doing, and I'm not going to, and I don't want to be interrupted while I do the read stream. I get it, but like, hey, please stay quiet while I'm doing my reading stream. No, no chaos, please. Yeah, I haven't, but anyway, I haven't done a reading stream in again, no chaos, please. Hey, Trev, welcome on in. But yeah, I haven't done a reading stream in well over a year, so oh, I'm happy to get back to this formula a bit. It's as handmade as it's gonna get with me. But yeah, I intend for this to be a much more relaxing stream than usual. I mean, I do intend for a relaxing sort of stream most of the time, but I want it exceptionally relaxing this time, or at least try to be particularly relaxing. So, oh, hope you're all relaxed. But before I get started, I have a redeem to take care of. It's no fun when you cut off my balls, man. God damn it. Also, because I'm going to be reading a lot, I'm stressed from this homework. Hopefully, this helps you to relax then. But anyway, I do have a redeem to take care of, so Kikyo redeemed appraisal because they need need to pick me up. Kikyo, for all the stress they've been through, has managed to stay strong and brave. have, have, while not the best, while not making the best decisions, they have gone quite a. They have tried their best as much as they can, and I appreciate that. I hope that works for you, Kikyo. It's as honest. It's as honest and as a praise that I can get right now. Thank yous. You're welcome. So, without further ado, I will get started reading. And yes, I do have just the lo-fi channel in the background for the sake of having some background music while I thank thank you for the resub, wagon. Appreciate ya. Okay, I lurk. I gotta read some chapters so I can and do this as Dagum um, assignment. Yeah, take care of your homework. But like I said, I hope you all I'll enjoy this stream while I read Cinder. Slid in right before story time. Yeah. Book 1. While her sisters were given beautiful dresses and fine slippers, Cinderella was only a filthy smock, had only his filthy smock and wooden shoes. Chapter 1. The screw through Cinder's ankle had rusted. The engraved cross marks worn a mangled circle. Her knuckles ached from forcing the screwdriver into the point as he struggled to loosen the screw one gritting twist after another. By the time it was extracted far enough for her to wrench free from her prosthetic her steel hand, the hairline threads had been stripped clean. Tossing his screwdriver onto the table, Cinder gripped her heel and yanked the foot from its socket. A spark singed her fingertips, and she jerked away, leaving the foot to dangle from a tangle of red and yellow wires. She slumped back, and she slumped back with a relieved groan. A sense of release hovered at the end of those wires. Freedom. Having loathed a too small foot for 4 years, she swore to never put a piece of junk back on again. She just hoped Eco would be back soon with its replacement. Cinderella was only a full-service mechanic at New Beijing's weekly market. Without a sign, her booth hinted at her trade only by the shelves of stock android parts and crowded the walls. It was squeezed into a shady cove between a used NetScreen dealer and a silk merchant, both of whom frequently complained about the tangy smell of metal and grease that came from Cinder's booth. Even though it was usually disguised by the aroma of honey buns from the bakery across the square, Cinder knew who they really just didn't like being next to her. A strained tablecloth divided Cinder from browsers as they shuffled past. The square was filled with shoppers and hawkers, children and noise. The bellows of men as they bargained with robotic shopkeepers, trying to talk with computers down from their desired profit margins. The hum of ID scanners and monotone voice receipts as money changed accounts. The net screens that had covered every building and filled the air with chatter of advertisements, news reports, gossip. Cinder's auditory interface Hayes dulled the noise from Hayes into a static thrumming. But today one melody lingered above the rest that she couldn't drown out. A ring of children were standing just outside her booth, trilling, "Ashes, ashes, we all fall down," and then, laughing hysterically as they collapsed at the pavement. A smile tugged at Cinder's lips, not so much at the nursery rhyme, a phantom song about pestilence and death, that had regained popularity in the past decade. The song itself made her squeamish, but she did love uh, the glares from passers-by as the giggling children fell over her in their paths. The inconvenience of having to swarm around the writhing bodies stirred grumbles from the shoppers, and Cinder adored the children for it. Sunto, Sunto. Cinder's amusement had wilted. She spotted Chang Sacha, the baker, pushing through the crowd from out in her fur-coated apron. "Sunto, come here. I told you not to play with so close to." Sacha had met Cinder's gaze, knotted her lips, and grabbed her son from by the arm and spun away. The boy whined, dragging his feet as Sacha had ordered him to stay closer to their booth. Cinder wrinkled her nose at the baker's retreating back. The remaining children fled into the crowd, taking their bright laughter with them. "It's not like wires are contagious," Cinder muttered to her empty booth. With a spine-popping stretch, she pulled her dirty fingers through her hair, combing it up into a messy tail, then grabbed her blackened work gloves. She covered her steel hand first, and then her right palm began to sweat immediately inside the thick material. She felt more comfortable with the gloves on, and hiding the plating of her left hand. She stretched her fingers wide, working out the cramp that had formed at the fleshy base of her thumb from clenching the screwdriver, and squinted again into the city square. She spotted plenty of stocky white androids in the dim, but none of them eco. Shifting, Cinder bent over the toolbox beneath the work table. After digging through the jumbled mess of screwdrivers and wrenches, she emerged from the fuse puller that had been long buried at the bottom. One by one, she disconnected the wires as that still linked her foot and ankle, each spurring, each spurting a tiny spark. She didn't feel them through the gloves, but her retina display helpfully informed her with blinking red text that she was losing connection to the limb. With a yank, with a yank of the last wire, her foot clattered to the concrete. The difference was instant. For once in her life, she felt weightless. She made room for the discarded foot on the table, setting it up like a shrine amid the wrenches and lug nuts. Before hunkering over her ankle again and cleaning the grime from the socket with an old rag. Thud. Cinder jerked, her head smacking the underside of the table. She shoved back from the desk, her scowl landing first on a lifeless android that had sat squat on the work table, and then on the man behind it. She was met with his startled copper-brown eyes, and black hair that hung past his ears and lips, that every girl in the country had admired her 1,000 times. Her scowl vanished. His own surprise his was short-lived, melting into apology. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't realize anyone was back here. Was back there." Cinder barely heard him above the blankness in her mind. With her heartbeat gathering speed, her retina display scanned his features, so familiar from years spent watching him on the net screens. He seemed taller in real life, and gray hooded it, and a gray hooded sweatshirt was like none of the fine clothes he has he usually made appearances in. But still, it only took 2.6 seconds for her scanner to measure the points of his face and link his image to the net's datascape. Another second, and the display informed her of what she already knew. The details scribbled across the bottom of her vision in a in a stream of green text. Prince Kaito, oh, Crown Prince of the Eastern Commonwealth. Cinder launched up from her chair, nearly toppling over, when she forgot about her missing limb. Um, which, setting herself with both hands on the table, she managed an awkward bow. The retina display sank out of sight. "Your Highness," she stammered, head lowered, glad that she could see her empty ankle behind the tablecloth. The prince flinched and cast a glance over his shoulder before her hunching toward her. Maybe, he pulled his fingers across his lips. On the highness stuff? Wide-eyed, Cinder forced a shaky nod. "Right, of course. How can I... Are you... She swallowed, the words sticking like bean paste on her tongue. Like, "I'm looking for Lynn Cinder," said the prince. "Is he around?" Cinder dared to lift one stabilizing hand from on the table, using it to tug the hem of her glove higher on her wrist. Staring at the prince's chest, she stammered, "I'm Lynn Cinder." Her eyes followed his hand as he planted it atop of the android's bulbous head. "You're Lynn Cinder?" "Yes, your high..." She bit she bit down on her lip. "The mechanic?" She nodded. "How can I help you?" Instead of answering, the prince bent down, craned his neck so that she had no choice but to meet his eyes, and dashed a grin at her. Her heart winced. The prince straightened, forcing her gaze to follow him. "You're not quite what I was expecting." "Well, you're hardly what I... um..." Unable to hold his gaze, Cinder reached for the android and pulled it to her side of the table. "What seems to be wrong with the android, Your Highness?" The android looked like it had just stepped off the conveyor belt, but Cinder could tell from the mock feminine shape that it was an outdated model. The design was sleek, though, and a spherical head atop the pear-shaped body and a glossy white finish. I can't get her to turn on, said Prince Kai, waiting, watching as Cinder examined the robot. She was working fine one day, and the next, nothing. Cinder turned the android around, so its sensor light faced the prince. She was glad to have routine tasks for her hands and routine questions for her mouth. Something to focus on so she wouldn't get flustered and lose control of her brain's net connection again. Have you had problems with her before? No. Oh, she gets a monthly checkup from the Royal Mechanics, and this is what and this is the first real problem she's ever had. Leaning forward, Prince Kai picked up Cinder's her small metal foot from the table, turning it curiously over her in his palms. Cinder tensed, watching as he appeared in the wire-filled cavity, filled with the flexible points of the toes. He used the too long hung sleeve of his sweatshirt to polish off a smudge. Aren't you hot? Cinder, Cinder said, instantly regretting the question and his attention returned to her. For the briefest moment, the prince almost looked embarrassed. Dying, he said, but I'm trying to be inconspicuous. Cinder considered telling him it wasn't working, but thought better of it. The lack of the throng of screaming girls all surrounding her booth was probably evidence that it was working better than she suspected. Instead of looking like a royal heartthrob, he just looked crazy. Clearing her throat, Cinder refocused on the android. She found the nearly invisible latch and opened its back panel. Why aren't the royal mechanics fixing her? They tried, but couldn't figure it out. Someone suggested I bring her to you. He set the foot back. He set the foot down and turned his attention to the shelves of old, battered parts of androids, hovers, net screens, port screens, parts for androids. They say you're the best mechanic in New Beijing. I was expecting an old man. Do they? She murmured. He wasn't the first to voice surprise. Most of her customers couldn't fathom how a teenage girl could be the best mechanic in the city, and she never heard broadcast the reason for her talent. The fewer people who knew who she, the fewer people who knew she was cyborg, the better. She was sure he'd go mad if all the market shopkeepers looked at her with the same disdain as Chang Sacha did. She nudged some of the android's wires aside with her pinky. Sometimes they just get worn out. Maybe it's time to upgrade to a new model. I'm afraid I can't do that. She contains top secret information. It's a matter of national security that I retrieve it before anyone else does. Fingers stalling, Cinder glanced up at him. He held her gaze a full 3 seconds before his lips twitched. I'm just joking. Nancy was my first android. It's sentimental. An orange light flickered in the corner of Cinder's vision. Her optobionics had picked up on on something, though she didn't know what. An extra swallow, oh, a too quick blink, a clenching of the prince's jaw. She was used to the little orange light. It came up all the time. It meant someone was lying. National security, she said. Funny. The prince listed his head, as if challenging her to as if challenging her to contradict him. A strand of black hair fell into his eyes. Cinder looked away. Tudor 8.6 model, hell, she said, reading the faintly lit panel inside the plastic cranium. The android was nearly 20 years old, ancient for an android. She looked to be in pristine. She looks to be in pristine condition. Raising her fist, she thunked the android hard on the side of its head, barely catching it before her head toppled over onto the table. The prince jumped. Cinder set the android back on its treads and jabbed a power button, but nothing happened. You'd be surprised how often that works. The prince let out a single awkward chuckle. Are you sure you're Cinder, the mechanic? You're Lynn Cinder, the mechanic? Cinder, I've got it. Hit. Eco wheeled out of the crowd and up to a work table. Up to the work. Her her blue sensor flashing, lifting one pronged hand, and she slammed a brand new steel plated foot onto the desk. In the shadow of the prince's android. It's a huge improvement over the old one, only lightly used, and the wiring looks compatible as is. Plus, I was able to get the dealer her down to who just 600 univs. Panic jolted through Cinder, still balancing on her human leg. She snatched the foot off the table and dropped it behind her. Good work, Eco. I do not know how to pronounce that. Uh, if anyone's still in chat, do you know how to pronounce? Do you know how to pronounce a certain word, a certain type of name? I don't know how to pronounce that. Hey, it's Bits. Welcome on in. If anyone's still in chat, I don't remember how to pronounce that. Let's see. I will use Google Translate. I will use Google to find the translation, not the translation, and the pronunciation if I have to, but it would save time. Let's see. I need to stand up anyway. Eat a lemon pie and key lime pie. I don't have either, but I will go. But I will go grab a snack. Actually, I have fortune cookies over here. I'll grab one of those for my snack time. Ugh. Hey, ASAT hits. Alright, let's see. I don't know how to pronounce this. Hey, good book. Okay. Good book. Alright. No win. I don't. I think. That's, okay. Keep on. There. Good work, Eco. Nguyen. Nguyen Shifu will be very delighted to have a replacement foot her for his escort droid. Eco sensor stimmed. Nguyen Shifu? I don't compute. Smiling through locked teeth, Cinder gestured at the prince. Eco, please pay your respects to our customer. She lowered her voice. His Imperial Highness. Eco craned her head, aiming the round sensor up at the prince, who towered over her more than 3 feet above her. The light flared as her scanner recognized him. Prince Kai, she said, her metallic voice squeaking. You're even more handsome in person. Cinder's stomach twisted, in embarrassment, even as the prince left. That's enough, Eco. Get in the booth. Eco obeyed, pushing aside the tablecloth and ducking under the table. You don't see a personality like, hey, that head every day, said Prince Kai, leaning against the booth's door, frame as if he brought that androids to the market all the time. Did you program her yourself? Believe it or not, she came that way. I suspect a program. I suspect a programming error, which is probably. I suspect a programming error, which is probably why, hey, my stepmother got her so cheap. I do not have a programming error, said Eco from behind her. Cinder met the prince's gaze. He was caught momentarily dazzled by another easy laugh, and ducked her head back behind his android. So what do you think? He asked. I'll need to run her diagnostics. It'll take me a few days, maybe a week. Taking a strand of her hair behind, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Cinder sat down, grateful to who give her leg a rest while she examined the android's innards. She knew she must be breaking some rule of etiquette, but the prince didn't seem to mind as he tipped forward, watching her hands. Do you need payment up front? He held his left wrist toward her, embedding with his ID, embedded with his ID chip. But Cinder waved a gloved hand at him. No, thank you. It'll be my honor. Prince Kai looked about looked about to protest, then his left hand but then let his left hand fall. I don't suppose there's any hope of her of having her done before the festival. Cinder shut the android's panel. I don't think that will be a problem, but without knowing what's wrong with her, I know. He rocked back on his heels. Just wishful thinking. How will I contact you when she's ready? Send a comm to the palace, or will you be here again next weekend? I could stop by then. Oh yes, said Eco from the back of the booth. We're here every market day. You should come by again. That would be lovely. Cinder flinched. Hanch, you don't need to. It'll be my pleasure. He dipped his head in polite farewell, simultaneously pulling the edges of the hood farther over his face. Cinder returned the nod, knowing she could have stood and bowed, but not daring to test her balance a second time. She waited until his shadow had disappeared from the tabletop before her surveying the square. The prince's presence, hands among the harried crowd, seemed to have gone unnoticed. Cinder let her muscles relax. Ika rolled to her side, clasping her metal clasping her metal grippers over her chest. Prince Kai, check my fan. I think I'm overheating. Cinder bent over and picked up her replacement foot, dusting it off on her cargo pants. She checked the plating, glad that she hadn't dented it. Can you imagine Peony's his expression when she hears about this? Said Eco. I can imagine a lot of high-pitched squealing. Cinder allowed one more wary scan of the crowd before her first tickle of giddiness stirred inside her. She couldn't wait to tell Peony. The prince himself. An an abrupt laugh half escaped her. It was uncanny. It was unbelievable. It was. Oh dear. Cinder's smile fell. What? Iko pointed at, uh, Iko pointed at her forehead with a prolonged finger. You have a grease splotch. Cinder jerked back and scrubbed at her brow. You're kidding. I'm sure she. I'm sure he hardly noticed. Cinder dropped her hand. What does it matter? Come on, help me put this on before her royalty stops by. Hey, Cindy, welcome on in. She propped her ankle on the opposite knee and began connecting the color-coordinated wires, wondering if the prince had been fooled. Fits like a glove, doesn't it? Iko said, holding a handful of screws while Cinder her, twisted them into the pre-drilled holes. How are you, Bunny? I'm doing well. I'm doing a reading stream today, so with some lo-fi music in the background. So if you want to relax to my voice, feel free. It's just gonna be a particularly relaxing stream today. At least that's my hope today. I've wanted to do a reading stream again for well over a year, so oh, now's as good a time as any. You know what I forgot? Hold on. I gotta set up a bookmark real quick while I do something real while I do something else. I have some shoutouts to take care of because I didn't do them earlier. I knew I was forgetting something. Kikyo, who's currently doing homework. And then Rogue Sylveon, who is most likely not who is most likely hey, only lurking. Who is most likely only lurking because his ADHD doesn't allow him to sit around for prolonged periods of time without something to do, and most likely just messing with me is that something to do. Either way, enough calling out, enough calling him out. I'm calling them out. Ugh. It's also a good idea that I just take a minute to just breathe because as when you're just reading, you tend to suspend how much you tend to suspend how often you just simply take a breath. Especially me, since I really like reading. And no doubt, if Rogue was in the call right now, he'd probably be mocking me for he'd probably be mocking me because it's a reading stream and I'm a fat fur. Fits like a glove, doesn't it? Eco said, holding a handful of screws while Cinder hair twisted them into the pre-drilled holes. It's very nice, Eco. Oh, thank you. I just hope Adri doesn't notice. She'd murder me if he knew I spent and 600 units on a foot. She tightened her and the last screw and stretched out her leg, rolling her ankle forward, her back, wrinkling her toes. It was a little stiff, and the nerve sensors would need a few days to harmonize, and the updated to harmonize with the updated wiring. But at least he wouldn't have to hamp around off kilter anymore. It's perfect, she said, pulling on her foot. She spotted her old foot held in Eco's pincers. You could throw that piece of junk away. A scream him killed a, a, a scream filled Cinder's ears. She flinched, the sound found peaking her audio interface, and turned towards it. The market silenced. The children, who had switched to a game of hide and seek among the clustered booths, crept out from their hiding spots. The scream had come from the baker, Chang Sacha, baffled. Baffled, Cinder stood and climbed on top of her chair to peer over the crowd. She spotted Sasha in her booth, behind the glass case of sweetbreads, heads, and pork buns, and gawking at her outstretched hands. Cinder clamped a hand over her nose at the same moment, and realization skittered through the rest of the square. The plague! Someone yelled. She has the plague! The street filled with panic. Mothers scooped up their children, and masking their faces with desperate hands as he scrambled to get away from Sacha's booth. Shopkeepers slammed shut their rolling doors. Santo screamed and rushed toward his mother, but she held her hands out to him. No, no, stay back. A neighboring shopkeeper grabbed the boy, tucking hitting the child under his arm as he ran. Sacha yelled something after him, but the words were lost in the uproar. Cinder's stomach churned. They couldn't run, or Iko would be trampled in the chaos. Holding her breath, she reached for the cord at the booth's corner, and yanked the metal door. Down its rail. The darkness cloaked them, and from a single shard of daylight, hid along the ground. The heat rose up from the concrete floor, stifling in the cramped space. Cinder, said Iko, worried in her robotic voice. She brightened her sensor, washing the booth in blue light. Don't worry, Cinder said, hopping down from the chair and grabbing the grease-covered rag from the table. The screams were already fading, transforming the booth into its own empty universe. She's all the way across the square. We're fine here. But she slipped back toward the wall, full of shelves anyway, crouched down and covered her nose and mouth with the rag. There they were. There they waited, Cinder breathing as shallowly as possible, until they heard the sirens of the emergency hover come and take Sasha away. Okay, back. Welcome back, Cindy. I'll start chapter 2 after the ad break. I'll also take a quick stretch break. Oh boy. Yeah. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. I just realized I haven't had my I haven't done the whole snack time yet. Gotta eat a, you gotta eat a fortune cookie. Okay. Let's see. What does it say? A friend only asks for your time and not money. True. Thank you for the hydrate, Trev. I hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. Chapter 2. The emergency sirens hadn't faded before the hum of another machine rumbled into the square. The market silence had and was split by feet thumping on the pavement, and then someone's spitting in commands. Someone else's guttural response, slinging her messenger her bag across her back. Cinder crept across the dusty floor of her booth and pushed past the tablecloth that had draped her work desk. She slipped her fingers into a gap of light beneath the door and inched it open. Pressing her cheek to the warm gritty pavement, she was able to make out the three sets of yellow boots across the square. An emergency crew. She peeled back. She peeled the door open and further to open and watched the men, all wearing gas masks, as they doused the interior of the booth with liquid and hid from a yellow can. Even across the square, Cinder wrinkled her nose at the stench. "What's happening?" Eco asked from behind her. "They're going to burn her and Chengji's booth." Cinder's eyes swept across the square, noting the pristine white hover planted near the corner. Other than the three men, the square was abandoned. Rolling onto her back, Cinder peered up into Eco's sensor, still glowing faintly in the dark. "We'll leave when the flames start, when they're distracted." "Are we in trouble?" "No. I just can't be bothered with this trip to the quarantines today." One of the men had spouted an order, followed by shuffling feet. Cinder turned her head and squinted through the gap. A flame was thrown out into the booth. The smell of gasoline was soon met with that of burned toast. The men stood back, their uniforms silhouetted against the growing flames. Reaching up, Cinder tapped Prince Kai's android around its neck and pulled it down beside her, tucking it under an arm. She slid the door open enough to crawl through, keeping her eyes on the men's backs. Eco followed, scooting against the next booth as Cinder lowered the door. They darted uh, they darted along the storefronts. Most of the left most left wide open during the mass exodus, and turned into the first skinny alley between shops. Black smoke blotted the sky above them. Seconds later, a horde of news hovers buzzed over the buildings on the way to the market square. Cinder showed when Cinder slowed when he put enough distance between them and the market. Emerging from the maze of alleys, the sun had passed overhead head and was descending behind the skyscrapers to the west. The air sweated with August heat, but an occasional warm breeze was funneled between the buildings, picking up the whirlwinds of garbage from the gutters. 4 blocks from the market, signs of life appeared again on the streets. Pedestrians pooling on the sidewalks and gossiping about the plague outbreak in the city center. Net screens implanted the net screens implanted head into the building walls showed live feeds of fire and smoke in downtown New Beijing, and panicked headlines in which the toll of infected mounted by the second, even even though only one person had been confirmed sick so far, as Cinder could tell. All those sticky buns, Eco said, as they passed a close-up shot of the blackened booth. Cinder bit the inside corner of her cheek. Neither of them Neither of them had ever sampled the acclaimed sweets of the market bakery. Eco didn't have taste buds, and Chang Sacha didn't serve cyborgs. Homework is done. Glad to hear. Towering offices and shopping centers gradually melded into a messing assortment of apartment buildings, built so close that they became an unending stretch of glass and concrete. Apartments in the corner of the sky had once been spacious and desirable, but had been subdivided and remodeled over time, always trying to cram more people into the same square footage. That the buildings had become labyrinths of corridors and stairwells. Hey, Infer, welcome on in. Is Nitro coffee diving? Coffee diving? What do you mean coffee diving? Let me just do this real quick. But how's it going, Nitro? I know my joke was bad. It's only bad because I didn't understand it. I thought that pod was a coffee mug. No, I'm a haunted houseplant. This joke started back when I was. This whole joke started back when I was doing reading streams over a year ago, where I just took like the Halloween hey lo-fi stream, put it in the background, and just sat my character into the. I just sat my character in like the flower pot. So yeah, just haunted houseplant. Now, if I could get a PNG tuber of the haunted houseplant reading, hang a book, that would be lovely. But I don't have, I don't have money to commission that. And the money that I do have, I'm saving for, and the money that I do have I'm saving for a computer. Maybe I'll draw a haunted houseplant later. I literally just, uh, I literally just, I literally got here and went. Are they in a coffee mug? Seems you found the roots of the plant pot. Welcome on in, Guinium. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm just yeah, I'm just doing a reading stream, hey, where I'm just the haunted house plant, listening to lo-fi music while reading. And even if I did commission like a PNG tuber, I neither have the hey, I neither have a system that runs Hans Viato tube without a hitch, nor a slot in reactive to actually allow me to do haunted house plant without getting rid of another PNG tuber. Also, I actually know a friend who might be able to help with a PNG model. Feel free, feel free to shout them out. Give me share a link. Feel free to post a link. Feel free to post a link, and I'll take a look when I can. I might give them a follow. I might, I might take a look at what they have and give them a follow, and just keep that in mind for later. Let's see. But all the crowded hit ugliness was briefly forgotten as Cinder her turned the corner into her own street. For half a step, New Beijing Palace could be glimpsed between complexes, sprawling and serene on the cliff that overlooked the city. The palace's pointed gold roofs sparkled orange as beneath the sun, and the windows glinting in light back heck at the city. The ornate gables, halls, the tiered pavilions, hence that tiered are dangerously close to the cliff's edge. The rounded temples stretching to the heavens. Cinder paused longer than usual, to look up at it, thinking about someone who lived beyond those walls, who was up there, perhaps this very second. Give me a second. Okay, not that He hadn't known the prince lived there every time he'd seen the palace before, but today she felt a connection she'd never or had before, and with it came him an almost smug delight. She had met the prince. He had come to her booth. Uh, He knew her name. Sucking in a breath of humid air, Cinder forced herself to turn away, feeling childish. She was go she was going to start sounding like Peony. She shifted a royal android to her other arm, as he and Eco ducked beneath the overhang of the Phoenix Tower apartments. She flashed her freed wrist at the ID scanner her on the wall and heard the clunking of the lock. Eco used her arm extension to chop down to clop down the stairs as they descended into the basement. A dim maze of storage spaces caged with chicken wire. As a wave of musty air her blew up to meet them. The android turned on on her floodlight. Dispersing the shadows from the sparse halogens. It was a familiar path from a stairwell to storage space number 19 and 20, 19 through 20, no, 1920, 1820. The cramped, 18 and 20. The cramped, the cramped, always chilly cell that Adri he allowed Cinder to use for her work. Enjoy loafing. Cinder cleared a space for the android among the work table's clutter and set her messenger bag on the floor. She swapped her heavy work gloves for her less grungy cotton ones before her locking up the storage room. If Adri asks, she he said as they made their way to the elevators, our booth is nowhere near the baker's. Eco's light flickered. Noted. They were alone in the elevator. It wasn't until they stepped out onto the 18th floor that the building became a crawling hive. Children chasing each other down the corridors, both domestic and stray cats creeping hanging tight against the walls. The ever constant blur of net screens and chatter spilling from the doorways. Cinder adjusted the white noise output from her brain interface as she dodged the children on her way to the apartment. The door was wide open, making Cinder pause and check the number before entering. She heard Adri's stiff voice from the living room. Lower neckline for Peony. He looks like an old woman. Cinder peered heard around the corner. Adri was standing with one hand on the mantel of the holographic fireplace, wearing a chrysanthemum, uh, holding a chrysanthemum embroidered bathrobe that blended in with the collection of garish paper fans that covered the wall behind her. Reproductions made it to look antique, with her face shimmering and with too much powder, her and her lips painted it horrifically bright. Adri looked. Adri almost looked like a reproduction herself. Her face was made up. Her face was made up as if she was planning to go somewhere, although she rarely left the apartment. If she noticed Cinder loitering in the doorway, she ignored her. The net screen above the heatless flames was showing footage from the market. The baker's booth had reduced to rubble, and the skeleton of a portable oven. Oh my. In the center of the room, Pearl and Peony each stood swathed in silk and tully. Peony was holding up her dark curly hair with her while the woman Cinder didn't recognize fidgeted with her dress neckline. Peony caught sight of Cinder over the woman's shoulder, and her eyes sparkled, a glow bursting from across her face. She gestured at the dress with a barely silent squeal. Cinder grinned back, her younger stepsister looked angelic. Her dress all silver and shimmering, with hints of lavender when and caught in the fire's light. Pearl and Adri. He gestured at her older daughter with a twirling finger, and Pearl spun around, now displaying a row of pearl buttons hands down her back. Her dress matched Peony's with its snug bodice and flouncy skirt. Only it was made of stardust gold. Let's take in her waist some more. Threading a pin through the hem of Peony's neckline, the stranger her started at seeing Cinder in the doorway, but quickly turned away. Stepping back, the woman had removed a bundle of sharp pins from behind her hips and tilted her head to one side. It's already very snug, she said. We want her to dance, don't we? We want her to find a husband, said Audrey. No, the seamstress has tittered even as she reached out and pinched the material around Pearl's waist. Cinder could tell Pearl was sucking in her stomach as much as she could. She detected the edges of ribs beneath the fabric. She is much too young for marriage. I'm 17, Pearl said, glaring at the woman. 17, see? A child. Now it's for fun, right, girl? She is too expensive for fun, said Adri. I expect results from this gown. Do not do not worry, Linji. He, she she will be lovely as morning dew, stuffing the pins back into her mouth. The, the, the woman had returned her focus to Peony's neckline. Adri lifted her chin and finally acknowledged Cinder's presence by hitting her gaze down on Cinder's filthy boots and cargo pants. Why aren't you at the market? It closed down early today, said Cinder, with a meaningful look at the net screen that Adri didn't follow. Feigning nonchalance, as Cinder thrust a thumb toward the hall. So I'll just go get cleaned up and then I'll be ready for my dress fitting. The seamstress paused. Another dress, Linji. Had not bring materials for. Have you replaced the mag belt on the hover yet? Cinder, her smile faltered. No, not yet. Well, none of us will be going to the ball unless as that gets fixed, can we? Cinder stifled her irritation. They'd already had this conversation twice in the past week. I need money to buy a new mag belt. 800 units at least. If income was, uh, if income from the market wasn't deposited directly into your account, I would have bought one by now. And trust you not to spend it all on your frivolous toys? Adri said toys with a glare at Eco, and a curl of her lip, even though Eco technically belonged to her. Besides, I can't afford both a mag belt and a new dress that you'll only wear once. You'll have to find some other way of fixing that, hanging the hover, or find your own gown for the ball. Irritation hardened up and in Cinder's gut. She might have pointed it out that Pearl and Peony have been given ready-made rather than custom dresses in order to budget for Cinders as well. She might have pointed out that they would only wear their dresses one time too. She might have pointed out that as she had the one she was the one doing the work. Her the money should have been hers to spend as she saw fit. But all arguments would come to nothing. Legally, Cinder belonged to Adri, as much as the household android, and so too did her money. Her few possessions, even her new foot, she just attached. Adri loved to remind her of that. So she stomped the anger down before Adri could see a spark of rebellion. I may be able to offer a trade for her the mag belt. Halt. I'll check with the local shops. Adri sniffed. Why don't we trade that worthless android for it? Eco ducked behind Cinder's legs. We wouldn't get that much for her, said Cinder. Nobody wants such an old model. No, they don't, do they? Perhaps I'll have to sell both of you off as spare parts. Adri reached forward and fidgeted with an unfinished hem of Pearl's sleeve. I don't care how you fix the hover. Just fix it before her the ball, and cheaply. I don't need that pile of junk taking up valuable parking space. Cinder tucked her hands into her back pockets. Are you saying that if I fix that hover and get a dress, I can and really go this year? Adri's lips puckered slightly at the corners. It will be a miracle if you can find anything suitable to wear that will hide your. Her gaze dropped to Cinder's boots. Eccentricities. But yes, if you fix the hover, I suppose you can go to the ball. Peony he flashed Cinder a stunned half smile, while her older sister spun on her mother. You can't be serious. Her go with us? Cinder pressed her shoulder into the door frame, trying to hide her disappointment from Peony. Pearl's outrage was unnecessary. A little orange light had flickered in the corner of Cinder's vision. Adri had not meant her promise. Well, she said, attempting to look heartened, I guess I'd better go find a mag belt then. Adri flourished her arm at Cinder. Her attention once again and captivated in Pearl's dress by Pearl's dress. A slight dismissal. A silent dismissal. Cinder cast one more look at her stepsister's her sumptuous gowns before her backing out of the room. She had barely turned toward the hallway when and Peony squealed. Prince Kai! Freezing. Cinder glanced back at the net screen. The plague alerts had been replaced with the live broadcast from the palace's press room. Prince Kai was speaking to a crowd of journalists, human and android. Volume on, said Pearl, batting the seamstress away. Research continues to be our top priority, Prince Kai was saying, gripping the sides of the podium. Our research team is determined to find a vaccine for this disease. Has now taken one of my parents and threatens to take the other, as well as tens of thousands of our citizens. The circumstances are made even and more desperate in the face of the outbreak that had occurred today within the city limits. No longer can we claim this disease is relegated to the poor rural communities of our country. Letomosis threatens us all, and we will find a way to stop it. Only then can we begin to rebuild our economy and uh, return the Eastern Commonwealth to its once prosperous state. Unenthusiastic applause shifted to the crowd. Research on the plague had been underway since the first outbreak. It had occurred in a small town in in the African Union over a dozen years ago. It seemed that the the, that very little progress had been made. Meanwhile, the disease had surfaced in hundreds of seemingly unconnected communities throughout the world. Hey, Afro, welcome on in. Hundreds of hundreds of thousands of people had fallen ill, suffered, and died. Even Adri's husband had contracted it on a trip to Europe, the same trip during which he'd agreed to become the guardian of an 11-year-old orphaned cyborg. One of Cinder's few memories of the man was as of him being carted away to the quarantines while Audrey he raved at how he could not leave her with this thing. Hey, Nitro in chat, how are we doing today? I'm doing well. Ugh. Time for another stretch. My feet are sore from not being used. Yeah, I hope you're doing well yourself, Afro. Need to take a breather before I continue. Is go well? Tummy rub the ham bit. Hey, Nitro, I sent them a message. You sent them a message. Hey, I thought you were gonna send me like I thought you were gonna send a link and Hank in the chat to like their social medias or something. I wasn't gonna contact them with unless I had money. They should respond soon as but I can give you their Twitch and stuff later on. Gotcha. Like if you want, like I don't like hey hey going out of my way to I don't like going out of my way to contact someone. I forgot the links. Ah, but yeah, like I'm on phone. Fair enough. But yeah, I don't like going out to contact hacked hacked artists without a reason. And if I'm specifically going for like commissions or whatnot, I don't want to talk to them unless I have money to actually talk. So I'll kind of get so I hey kind of I forgot to grab them. Gotcha. Like I want to get like I wanted to get like a VRC model a while back. I managed to find something. I managed to find a pretty good jackalope model that I liked. Only problem is I don't have money to actually talk to them, and I don't have a commission sheet with the actual model that I. They don't have a commission sheet about the actual model that I was looking into. So like I can't talk to them until like I have some other way to talk to them. I can't actually talk to them for now. I don't like I don't like talking to people. I don't like talking to who artists kissed about commissions unless I don't like talking to artists about commissions unless I have money to actually do commissions. I like to see what I like to see what they have. I like to see what their art is like before I start talking to them. Let's see, where was I? Adri never talked about her husband, and the few memories of have him lingered in the apartment. The only reminder that he'd even existed was found in a row of holographic plaques, that of holographic plaques that in carved medallions, and that line the fireplace's mantel. Achievement awards and congratulatory prizes from the International Technology Fair, 3 years running. Cinder had no idea what he'd invented. Evidently, whatever it was hadn't taken off, because he left his family almost no money when he died. When he had died. On the screen, the prince's speech was interrupted when a stranger stepped onto the platform and handed it a note to Prince Kai. The prince's eyes clouded over. The screen blackened. The press room was replaced with a desk before a blue screen. A woman sat behind it, expressionless but with his whitened knuckles held atop the desk. We interrupt His Imperial Highness's press conference with an update on the status of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Raikon. The Emperor's physicians have just informed us that the has, has that His Majesty has entered the third stage of letumosis. Gasping, the seamstress held the pins from her mouth. Cinder pressed herself against the door frame. She had not she had not even thought had to give Kai her condolences or wishes for the Emperor's return of health. She must he must think her so insensitive, so ignorant. We are told that everything is being done to ensure His Imperial Majesty's comfort at this time. And the palace officials tell us that researchers are working nonstop in their search for a vaccine. Volunteers are still urgently needed for antidote testing, even as the cyborg draft continues. Hey, Kerbis. Oh, I didn't know you were a plant nitroland. We talked about this earlier, actually. Hey, just a funny little thing, Kerbis, about this. Yes, this is basically this was basically a joke that came up like 2 Halloweens ago. Like the last time I was as haunted house plant was well over a year ago. Oh, back then I back then I was just I only did like 2 reading streams back in the day. Hey, so it's been well over a year since my last reading stream, and back then I would plant my avatar in a flower pot to hut, and we called it the haunted house plant. I would like a proper I would like a proper PNG tuber of this, but until I can actually pay for it, it's just this is the best I've got. By the by, pumpkin pie. Nice new emote. Hey, Keldrick, welcome on in. You can thank Hank Minty for that. Did the Minty system give you the idea for pumpkin pie? Hey, Kizu, how you doing? Yes, and I took a hit and threw it a mile. Now, wouldn't it be funny if Kizu popped up if I did exclamation mark Banui? Damn it! I should probably swap over the Banui key command over to a redeem instead, so people actually have an incentive to actually use it. People will actually know what it is. Also, by the way, for anyone who's still in chat, this is basically just a taste of what it's gonna look like when I get to the Hobbit stream after the Fundathon. Except it's probably gonna take a lot longer because it's a fucking Hobbit. Maybe I should start working on the Hobbit at after Cinder. Just get my donation goals taken care of midway through the Fundathon. My ear itches. Gotta take care of that before I continue. It's gonna irritate me if I don't. Ugh. All right. There has been much controversy regarding the 120th annual peace festival due to the emperor's illness. But Prince Kaito has told the press the festival will continue as scheduled, and that he hopes it might bring some joy to this otherwise tragic time. The anchor paused, hesitating, even with the prompter before her. Her face softened, and her stiff face had a warble when she finished. Long live the Emperor. The seamstress murmured the words back to the anchor. The screen went black again, and before returning to the press conference, but Prince Kai had left the stage, and the audience of journalists was in upheaval, as he reported to their individual cameras. Alec, Alex Alotl, welcome on in. Hope, hope you're doing well. Welcome to the Great Domain, and thank you for the follow. If I may ask, how did you find me? I know a cyborg who could volunteer for plague testing," said Pearl. "Why wait for the draft?" Cinder leveled a glare at Pearl, who was nearly 6 inches shorter than she was, despite being a year older. "Good idea," she said. "And then you could get a job to pay for your pretty dress." Pearl snarled. "They reimbursed the volunteers' families, Wirehead." The cyborg draft had been started by some Royal Research team a year ago. Every morning, a new ID scanner was drawn from the pool of so many a thousand cyborgs who resided in the Eastern Commonwealth. Subjects had been carted in from provinces as far-reaching as Mumbai and Singapore to act as guinea pigs for the antidote testing. Was looking through a few just chatting streams to vibe with, and came upon yours. And I liked your Sona, lol. Well, thank you. So, I hope you enjoy your time here. This is not my usual content, but I do plan to do more of this down the line. I do plan to do more reading streams down the line. Okay, and also be wary. Hey, on some streams are far more chaotic than this, and I do mean far more chaotic. but I do hope in, but I do hope you enjoy your time here. Here, I do want to get into more regular reading streams down the line, and I like reading, so I can guarantee there's gonna at least be another one, and later on. I'm probably gonna be here for a few more hours at the very least. But yeah, I just kind of wanted something a little bit more relaxing today. It was made out to be some sort of honor giving in your life for the good of humanity, but it was really just a reminder that cyborgs were not like everyone else. Many of them had been and given a second chance at life by the a generous hand of scientists, and therefore owed their very existence to those who had created them. They were lucky to have lived this long, many thought. It's only right that they should be the first to give up their lives and search for the cure. We can't volunteer, Cinder, said Peony. He, bunching her skirt in her hands. I need her. We can't volunteer, Cinder, said Peony, bunching her skirt in her hands. I need her to fix my port screen. Pearl sniffed and turned away from both of them. Peony he scrunched her nose at her sister's back. Stop bickering, said Adri. Peony, you're wrinkling your skirt. Cinder stepped back into the hallway as the seamstress returned to her work. Ika was already 2 steps ahead of her, eager to escape Adri's presence. She appreciated Peony coming to her defense, of course, but as she knew in the end it wouldn't matter. Adri would never volunteer her for the testing, because that would be the end of her only income. And Cinder was sure her and Cinder was sure her grandmother had never worked a day in her life. But if the draft chose her, no one would do anything about it. And it has seen that lately a disproportionate number of those chosen are from New Beijing and the surrounding suburbs. Every time one of the draft's victim, every time one of the draft's victims was a teenage girl, Cinder imagined a clock ticking inside her head. I'm going to take a moment to walk around a bit. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a moment to walk around a bit before I continue reading. I'll be right back. Let me just get a sort of BRB thing while I leave the music playing. BRB. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom, walk around a bit, maybe refill my water. But enjoy the lo-fi. Hey, while I'm out. I'm back. Ba-da-ba-da-ba, boom. Let's see, what did I miss? Trev. Trev is divine. Kerberos is big pig this time. Welcome back, Hey, Trev. Thank you, Trev. And to answer the question of how the vor command works, it's supposed to be me voring whoever uses the command. I get that you know, but I was answering Trev's question. See. All right. Take another sip of coffee. Chapter 3. You're going to the ball. Eco tapped her grippers, hers together in an imitation of a clap. In an imitation of clapping. We have to find you who a dress and shoes. I will not allow you to wear those awful boots. Well, hell, get some new gloves and could you bring that light over here? Cinder said, yanking out the top drawer of her standing toolbox. Thanks. It doesn't target. It doesn't target Kerbis. Hiss. I had to try. Okay, so just to reiterate, about the Vor command. If I were to allow targeting, I don't feel comfortable with it timing out someone. And the whole timeout thing the whole timing out thing is meant to be is meant to make the whole command a little bit more, ever so slightly more immersive. As far as I'm concerned, if I add targeting, if I add targeting, I'm disabling the timeout. But then I'd also have to but then I also have to add parameters that remove certain people from being able to be targeted by the command. Because I know some people are because there are some people who I know are not comfortable with Vor, namely Level Doggy, who has actively said that they find the topic uncomfortable. Well, so I'm not. So I feel more comfortable letting me. So I feel more comfortable. Well, just uh, letting the Vor command be a pray only command rather than allow people to get targeted by the command. I hope that clears that up. Sin, she rifled she rifled through it, spare bolts and sockets. It's it's jangling as Eco scooted closer. A wash of bluish light dispersed the dimness of the storage room. Think of the food they'll have, said Eco, and the dresses and music. Cinder ignored her, select, selecting an assortment of varying tools and arranging them on Eco's magnetic torso. Oh my stars, think about Prince Kai. We could dance with Prince Kai. This made Cinder pause and squint into Eco's blinding light. Why would the prince dance with me? Eco's fan hummed as he sought an answer. Because you won't have grease on your face this time? Cinder fought down a chuckle. Android reasoning could be so simplistic. I hate to break this to you, Eco, she said, hanging the drawer and moving on to the next. But I'm not going to the ball. Eco's fan stopped momentarily. Start, started up again. I don't compute. For starters, I just spent my life savings on a new foot. But even if I had if I did have money, why would I spend it on a dress or shoes or gloves? What a waste. What else could you have to spend it on? A complete set of wrenches, a toolbox with with drawers that don't stick. Tick. She hammed in the second drawer with her shoulder and to emphasize her point. A down payment on my own apartment where I don't have to be Adri's servant anymore. Adri wouldn't sign the release documents. Cinder her open the third drawer. I know. It would cost a lot, more than a silly dress anyway. I'm gonna hop off. I uh, might not stream tonight. Kind of feeling meh. I'm feeling kind of meh. All right, see you, Kerbis. Hope you feel better soon. She grabbed a ratchet and a handful of wrenches and set them on top of the toolbox. Maybe I'd get skin grafting. Your skin is fine. Cinder glanced at Eco um, the from the corner of her eye. Oh, you mean your cyborg parts? Sharing the third drawer, Cinder grabbed her bag from a work desk and shoveled the tools into it. What else do you think? What else do you think will? Oh, the floor jack. Where'd I put that? You're being reasonable, said Eco. Maybe you can trade a dress. Maybe you can trade for a dress, or get one on consignment. I've been dying to go into that vintage dress store on Sakura. Hey, you know the one I mean. Cinder shuffled around on the random tools uh, that had collected head beneath the work table. It doesn't matter. I'm not going. But it does matter. It's the ball and the prince. Eco, I'm fixing an android for him. It's not like we're friends now. Mentioning the prince's android sparked a memory, and a moment later, Cinder pulled the floor jack out from behind its tread. And it doesn't matter because will never let me go. She said if you fix the hover right, and after I fix the hover, what about Peony's port screen? That's always is acting up. What about... She scanned the room and spotted a rusty android tucked away here in the corner. What about that old guard 7.3? What would Adri want? What would Adri want with that old thing? She doesn't have a garden anymore. She doesn't even have a balcony. I'm just saying that has no intention of letting me go. As long as she can come up with things for me to fix, heck, my chores will never be done. Cinder shoved a couple jack stands into her bag, telling herself that she didn't care, not really. She wouldn't fit in a formal ball anyway. Even if she did, it'd find dress gloves and slippers that could hide her metal monstrosities. Her mousy hair would never hold a curl, and she didn't know the first thing about makeup. She would just end up sitting off the dance floor and making fun of the girls who swooned to get Prince Kai's attention, pretending she wasn't jealous, pretending it didn't bother her. Although she was curious about the food, and the prince didn't know her now, he did know her now, sort of. He had been kind to her at the market, perhaps he would had asked her to dance, out of politeness, out of chivalry for when Henny saw her standing alone. The precarious fantasy crashed down around her as quickly as it began. It was impossible, not worth thinking about. She was cyborg, and she could never be, and she would never go to the ball. I think that's everything, she said, masking her disappointment by adjusting the messenger bag over her shoulders. You ready? I don't compute, said Eco. If fixing the hover won't convince Adri to let you go to the ball, then why are you going to the junkyard? If she wants a mag belt so bad, why doesn't she go digging? Why doesn't she go dig through the trash to find one? Because ball or no, I do believe if she would sell you off for her pocket change if given a reason. Besides, with them off to the ball, we'll have the apartment to ourselves. Doesn't that sound nice? Sounds great to me. Cinder turned to see Peony heaving herself through the doorway. She still wore her silver ball gown, but now, the hems along the neck and sleeves were finished. A hint of lace had been added to her cleavage, accentuating the fact that at 14, Peony had already developed curves that Cinder couldn't begin to hope for. If Cinder's body had ever been predisposed as to femininity, it had been ruined by whatever the surgeons had done to her. Leaving her to a stick-straight figure, too angular, too boyish, too awkward with her heavy artificial leg. I'm going to strangle Mom, said Peony. She's making me loony. He, he, Peony needs to find a husband. My daughters are such a are such a dream. Hey, no one appreciates what I do for them. Yap yap yap. She wobbled her fingers in the air, her in mockery of her mother. What are you doing down here? Hiding. Oh, and to ask if you could look at my port screen. She he pulled a hand. She pulled a handheld screen from behind her back, offering it to Cinder. Cinder took it, but her eyes were on the bottom of Peony's skirt, watching at the a shimmering hem gathering her dust bunnies around it. You're going to ruin that dress. Then Audrey will really be a tyrant. Peony stuck out her tongue and gathered up her skirt in both fists, hiking the hem up to her knees. So what? So what do you think? Think she said, bouncing on the balls of her bare feet. You look amazing. Peony preened, wrinkling the fabric more in her fingers, but then and her cheeriness faltered. She should have had one made for you too. It's not fair. I don't really want to go, Cinder shrugged. Peony's tone had such sympathy that she didn't bother to argue. You. She was usually able to ignore the jealousy he had toward her stepsisters, how Adri doted on them, how soft their hands were, especially when Peony was the only human friend he had. But she could not swallow the twitch of envy at seeing Peony in that dress. She brushed the topic away. What's wrong with the port? It's doing that gibberish thing again. Peony pushed some tools off a stack of empty paint bins, choosing the cleanest spot before sitting down, her full skirts flouncing around her. He swung her feet so that at her heels beat steadily against the plastic. Have you been downloading these stupid celeb apps again? No. Cinder raised an eyebrow. One language app, that's it. And I need it for her class. Oh, before I forget, Eco, I brought you something. Eco rolled up to Peony's side as he pulled a velvet ribbon from her bodice. Leftover trim from the seamstress. The light in the room brightened when Eco saw it. Thank you, said had the android as Peony he tied the ribbons hands around her skinny waist joint. It's lovely. Cinder set the port screen on the work desk, next to Prince Kai's android. I'll look at it tomorrow. We're off to find a mag belt for Her Majesty. The Oh, where are you going? The junkyard. It's going to be a bundle of fun, said Eco. Oh, scanning the makeshift bracelet for it with her sensor, her again and again. Really? Said Peony. Can I come? Cinder laughed. She's kidding. Eco's been practicing her sarcasm. I don't care. Anything's better than going back into that stuffy apartment. And Penny Penny fanned herself, and absently he leaned back against a stack of metal shelving. Reaching out, Cinder pulled her back. Careful, your dress. Peony surveyed her skirt. Then the grime-covered shelves then waved Cinder's concern away. Really, can I? Sounds exciting. It sounds dirty and stinky. How would you know? You don't have scent receptors. I have fantastic I have fantastic imagination. Smirking, Cinder half shoved her stepsister toward the door. Fine, go get changed, but be quick. I have a story to tell you. Chapter 4. Peony slugged Cinder in the shoulder, her nearly pushing her into a pile of bald held android shreds. How, how could you wait so long to tell me? You've only been at home for what, 4 hours? I know. I'm sorry, said Cinder, rubbing her shoulder. Her, there wasn't a good time, and I didn't want Adri to know. I don't want her taking advantage of it. Who cares about what Mom thinks? I want to take advantage of this. Good stars, there's the prince. In your booth. I can't believe I wasn't there. Why wasn't I there? You were busy being fitted in silicon and brocade. Ugh. Peony kicked a broken headlight out of her path. You should have calmed me. I would have been there in 2 seconds. Unfinished ball gown and all. Ugh. I hate you. It's official. I hate you. Are you going to go see him again? I mean, you'll have to, right? I might be able to stop hating you if you promise to bring Higby with you, alright? Deal? Found one. Eco called from 10 yards ahead. Her floodlight targeted the body of a rusted hover, entrenching the piles of debris he, he behind the shadows. So, what was he like? Peony said, keeping pace as Cinder hurried toward the earthbound vehicle, as if being near her was as now par for her with being near his Imperial Highness himself. I don't know, said Cinder, unlatching the vehicle's hood and lifting it up on the prop rod. Ah, good. It hadn't been scavenged. Itchy, itchy, itchy. I love that time. Eco scooted it out of Cinder's way. He was polite enough not to point out that a giant grease stain on her forehead. Peony gasped. Oh, you didn't. What? I'm a mechanic. I get dirty. If we, if he wanted me to get all, all gussied up, he should have calmed the head. Eco, I could use some light in here. Eco tilted her head forward, illuminating the engine and compartment. On Cinder's other side, Peony clucked her tongue. Maybe he thought it was a mole. That makes me feel much better. Cinder pulled a pair of pliers from the bag. The night sky was clear, and though the lights from the sky from the city knocked out the stars, the sharp crescent moon lurked near the horizon, a sleepy one squinting through the haze. Is he as handsome in real life as he looks on the net screens? Yes, said Eco. Even more handsome, and awful tall. Everyone's tall to you, Peony. He looked hacked against the front bumper, leaned against the front bumper, arms folded. And I want to hear her Cinder's opinion. Cinder stopped poking the pliers around the engine as the memory of his easy smile rushed into her. Though Prince Kai has long been one of Peony's favorite topics, she was probably in she was probably in every one of his net fan groups. Cinder had never imagined that she might share the admiration. In fact, he'd always thought Peony's celebrity crush was a little silly, a little predacious. Not predacious. That what? Hold on. A little pre-adolescent. Prince Kai Prince Kai that, an impossible fantasy. But now, something in Cinder's face must have said enough, because Peony suddenly he shrieked and lunged at her, wrapping her arms around Cinder's waist and hopping up and down. I knew it. I knew you liked him too. Who? I can't believe you've actually met him. It's not fair. Did I mention how much I hate you? Yes, I know, said Cinder, prying Peony's arms off her. Now go be giddy somewhere else. I'm trying to work. Peony made a face that hastened skipped away, twirling amid the pieces of junk. What else? Tell me everything. What did he say? What did he do? Nothing, said Cinder. He just asked me to fix his android. She peeled away the spider web from what had once been he hovers her solar generator, but was now a little more than a plastic shell. A cloud of dust kicked into the air into her face, and he pulled away, coughing. Ratchet. Eco plucked the ratchet from her torso and handed it to Cinder. What kind of android is it? Asked Peony. Cinder pried the generator from the compartment with a grunt and set it on the ground beside the hover. An old one. Tutor 8.6, said Eco. Older than me. And she and he said he would come back to the market next weekend to pick it up. Peony kicked a rustled oil can and out of the a rusted oil can and out of the path before bending over the engine. The news said the market's going to be shut down next week because of the outbreak. Hey, Mizu, how you doing? Oh, I hadn't heard that. Cinder wiped her hands on her pants, peering down at the engine's lower compartment. I guess we'll have to drop it off at the palace then. Yes, Peony jigged it in place. We'll go together and you can introduce me and aha! Cinder beamed. Magbelt. Peony cupped her cheek in her palm, raising her voice, and then he'll recognize hey, it's me he at the ball, and I'll dance with him and Pearl will be livid. It, she laughed, as if angering her older sister were her life's greatest accomplishment. If the androids he'd if the android's even done before the ball, I'll send her selected a wrench from the tool belt. Hell, from the tool belt slug around her hips. She didn't want to inform Peony that Prince Kai probably wouldn't be the one signing the deliveries at the palace. Peony whisked her hand through the air. Well, or whenever. I want to go to the ball, had Eco, gazing up at the horizon. It's prejudice not to let it's it's prejudice not to let androids attend. Petition the government then. I'm sure Peony will be happy to take your cause direct to the prince himself. Cinder clamped onto Eco's spherical head and forced her to aim the light head back onto the hood. Now hold still. Well, I've just about got this end detached. Cinder stuck the wrench into Eco. He stuck the wrench to Eco. Then pried the mag belt from its bracket, letting it clatter to the ground below. One side down, one to go. She led the she led the way around the hover, clearing a path through the garbage so Eco's treads wouldn't get stuck. Peony followed and climbed on top of the hover's trunk, holding her legs behind her. You know, some people are saying he's going to be looking for a bride at the ball. A bride? Hey, said Eco. How romantic. Cinder her onto her lowered herself onto her side behind the hover's back bumper, and took a small flashlight from her tool belt. Hand over that wrench again? Didn't you hear me? A bride, Cinder, as in a princess. As in, not going to happen. He's only, what, 19? Tucking the flashlight between her teeth. Cinder took the wrench from Eco. The bolts in the back had less rust on them, better protected from the overhanging trunk, and took only a few quick turns to loosen. 18 and a half, said Peony, and it's true. All the gossip links are saying so. Cinder grunted. I'd marry Prince Kai in a heartbeat. You too, said Eco. Fucking hell. No. Oh, hey! It's my old bookmark from... it's my old bookmark from years ago. From my old library. So I'm just about the gossip, like the like the accident 6 months ago. But like I'm almost to where I was like 6 years ago. Or wherever I left off last I tried reading this book. You sure it wasn't 6 months ago? Let's see. Where is it? Cinder spit out the flashlight and shuffled to the fourth corner. You and every other girl in the Commonwealth. Like you wouldn't, said Peony. Cinder didn't answer her as she loosened the final bolt gripping the mag belt. It released and fell to the ground with a clang. There we go. She slid out from beneath the car and tucked the wrench and flashlight into her calf compartment before standing. See any other her hovers worth scavenging while we're here? Pulling the mag belt out from beneath the hover. She folded it as it hit hinges, forming a less cumbersome metal rod. Or was it hit on purpose 6 years ago, as opposed to the accident 6 months ago? God damn it. 3 hours of reading so far. Well, not quite 3 hours of reading. Okay, take away 20 because that was the intro, but still. I did see something over there. Eco swished the light hit across the stacks. Not sure what model. Great, lead the way. Cinder nudged the android with the belt. Eco took off, muttering about being stuck in junkyards, while Adri was, was all clean and cozy at home. Besides, said Peony, hopping off the trunk, the rumor that he's looking for a bride at the ball is a lot better than what the other rumors were saying. Let me guess, Prince Kai is actually a Martian, or no, or had an illegitimate child with an escort, didn't he? Escort droids can have children? No. Peony huffed, blowing a curl off her brow. Well, this is even worse. They say there's been talk of him marrying. She he dropped her voice to a harsh whisper. Queen Lavanna. Queen Cinder froze and clamped a gloved hand over her mouth, glancing around as if someone could be lurking in the piles of garbage, listening. He pulled her hand away, but kept her voice down. Honestly, Peony, those tabloids are going to rot your brain. I don't want to believe it either, but they're all saying it. Ain't it? That's why the Queen's witchy ambassador has been saying at the palace, so he can secure an alliance. It's all very political. I don't think so. Prince Kai would never marry her. You wouldn't know that. But she did know. Cinder may not know much about intergalactic politics, but she knew Prince Kai would be a fool to marry Queen Lavanna. The lingering moon caught Cinder's attention, and the shock of goosebumps covered her arms. The moon had always given her a sense of paranoia, like the people who lived up there could be watching her, and if she stared for too long, she might draw their attention. Superstitious nonsense, but then everything about Lunars was eerie and superstitious. Lunars were a society that had Lunars were a society that had evolved from an Earth and Moon colony centuries ago, but they weren't human anymore. People said Lunars could had alter a person's brain, make you see things you shouldn't see, feel things you shouldn't feel, do things you didn't want to do. Their unnatural power had made them a greedy and violent race, and Queen Lavanna was the worst of them all. Worst of all of them. They said she knew when people were talking about her, even thousands of miles away, even down on Earth. They said she'd murdered her older sister, Queen Channery. He Queen Channery. He oh she so she could take the throne from her. They said he had her own husband killed too, so she he would be free to make a more advantageous match. They said he had forced her stepdaughter to mutilate her own face because at at the at the sweet age of 13 she had become a more beautiful than the jealous queen could stand. They said she'd killed her niece. Yes, her only threat to the throne. Princess Celine had only been 3 years old when and a fire caught in her nursery, killing her and her nanny. Some conspiracy theorists thought that Princess had survived and was still alive somewhere, waiting for her right time to reclaim the crown and end Lavana's rule of tyranny. But Cinder knew it was only a desperation that had fueled these rumors. After all, they found traces of the child's flesh in the ashes. Here, Eiko raised her hand and knocked on a slab of metal jutting hanging from a huge mound of junk, startling Cinder. She shoved the thoughts aside. Prince Kai would had never marry that witch. He could never marry a Lunar. Cinder pushed a few rusted aerosol cans and an old mattress aside before she was able to clearly make out a hover's nose. Good eye. Together they hauled enough junk out of the way so that the full front of the vehicle could be seen. I've never seen one like this, Cinder said, running a hand over the pitted chrome insignia. It's hideous, said Peony with a sneer. What an awful color. It must be rather old, Cinder. Old. Cinder found the latch and pulled open the hood. She drew back, blinking at the mess of metal and plastic that greeted her. Really old. She squinted into the front corner of the engine, but the undercarriage hid the mag belt clamps from view. Huh. Point the light over here there, would you? Cinder lowered herself to the dirt. She tightened she tightened her ponytail before squirming under the hood, squirming under the hover, shoving aside the jumble of old parts that had been left to rust in the weeds beneath it. Stars, as he muttered when, and she was able to look up into its belly. Eiko's light filtered down from above, through cables and wires, ducts and manifolds, nuts and bolts. This thing is this thing is ancient. It is in a junkyard. I'm serious. I've never seen anything like it. Cinder ran a hand around a rubber cable. The light flashed back and forth as Eco's sensors scanned the engine from above. Any useful parts? Good question. Cinder, her vision and tinted blue as he connected it to her netlink. Could you read me the VIN and by the windshield? The VIN by the windshield? She searched the number as Peony he read hit it to her and had the hover's blueprint downloaded in minutes. The display created an overlaid image of the top of the engine and above her. Seems to be fairly intact, she murmured, running her fingertips along a cluster of wires over her head. She followed them with her eyes, tilting her head to trace the path from hoses to pulleys to axles, trying to decipher how to fit it all together, how it worked. This is so cool. I'm bored, said Peony, sighing. Cinder searched for the mag belt on the blueprint, but a green error message flashed in her vision. She just she tried just test magnet and then just belt, finally receiving hit. The blueprint hand lit up a rubber band and wrapped around a series of gears, encapsulated by a metal cover, something called a timing belt. Frowning, Cinder her reached up and felt for the bolts and lock washers that attached the cover to the engine block. She thought timing belts hadn't been used since internal combustion and had become obsolete. Gasping, she craned her neck to the side. In the deep shadows beneath the vehicle, she could make out something round beneath her, or beside her. Beside her. Connected to the bars overhead, a wheel. It's not a hover. It's a car. A gasoline car. Seriously? Said Peony. I thought real cars were supposed to be, I don't know, classy? I'm now out of coffee. Indignation flared in Cinder's chest. It has character, he said, feeling feeling for the tire's treads. So, said hey, said Eco a second later, does this mean that hey we can't use any of its parts? Ignoring her, Cinder hungrily he scanned the blueprint before her. Oil pan, injectors, exhaust pipes. It's from the second era. Fascinating, not, said Peony. She suddenly screeched, launching herself back from the car. Cinder started it so fast he, he whapped her head on the front and suspension. Peony, what? A rat just came out of the window. A big, hairy, fat one. Oh, gross. Groaning, Cinder held her, held her head back. Hey, Lloyd, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Time for another her good old stretch. Since my sub ends soon, and there's no prime for me to fix it this time. Oh, hope you don't mind the ads then, unless someone is generous enough to who gift Lloyd a sub, please. I have a week left. Ah, gotcha. Never mind. That just means I need to remind. That just means I need to remember. I just need to remember to hear that for myself. Thank you for the hydrate. Wait, why pizza puffs? Because why not? I needed something. I needed something to make channel points so that it wasn't just so as generic fucking channel points. Nice burp. Thank you. Hey Nitro, are you okay with me DMing you? Sure. I can take a break from how I'm reading for a bit so I can check messages again. I go bed in a bit. Hope you have a good night then. Oy. Oh, thank, thank you, Infer. Appreciate you. So link for Blue Sky. Also, they doing this and stuff free here, like I thought. I had to ask them first. All right, thank you, Infer. Appreciate you. Because they were busy for a while. I see. Yeah, thank you for sharing, and I'll talk to them later. All right. Let's see. Now, where was I? Groaning, Cinder settled her head into the dirt, massaging her forehead. That made two head injuries in one day. At this rate, she was going to have to buy a new control panel, too. It must have been nesting in the upholstery. We probably scared it. We scared it? Peony. Hey, voice carried a shudder with it. Can we go now, please? Cinder sighed, fine, dismissing the blueprint. She she squirmed out from beneath the car, accepting Eco's offered grippers who stand. I thought all the surviving gasoline cars were in museums, she said, hid, brushing the cobwebs from her hair. I'm not sure I would had labeled it a survivor, said Eco, her sensors darkening with disgust. It looks more like a rotting pumpkin. Cinder shut the hood with a bang, sending an impressive dust cloud out over the android. What was that about having a fantastic imagination? With some attention and good cleaning, it could be restored to its former glory. She caressed the hood. The car's dome-shaped body was a, a yellow-orange shade of that looked sickly under Eco's light. A color that that no one in modern times would choose, but with an antique style vehicle, it bordered on charming. Rust was creeping up the hollow from the hollow beneath from the hollow beneath the shattered headlights, arching along the dented hit fender. One of the back windows was missing, but the seats were intact, albeit hit mildew covered and torn, and probably he home to more than just rodents. The steering wheel and dash seemed to have suffered only minor damage over the years. Maybe it was a maybe it could be our escape car. Peony he peered into the passenger's side window. Escape from what? Adri, New Beijing. We could get out of the Commonwealth altogether. We could go to Europe. Hip Hip Cinder rounded the driver's side and scrubbed the dirt from the window with her glove. On the floor inside, three pedals winked up at her. Her though hovers were all controlled by a computer, she had read enough about old technology to know what had a clutch was and even had a basic idea how to operate one. This hunk of metal wouldn't get us to the city limits, it said Peony. Stepping back, Cinder dusted off her hands. They were probably right. Maybe this wasn't a fantasy vehicle. Maybe it wasn't their maybe it wasn't had their key to salvation. But somehow, someday, she would leave New Beijing. She would have a place where no one knew who she was or what she was. Plus, we couldn't afford the gasoline, continued Eco. We could trade in your new foot and still not be able to well, and still not be able to afford enough fuel to get out of here. Plus the pollution fines. Plus the pollution fines. Plus I'm not getting in this thing. There's probably decades worth of rat droppings things under those seats. It's Peony cringed. Ew. Cinder laughed. All right, I get it. I won't make you guys push this car home. Ooh, you had me worried, said Peony. She smiled, held because she had really been worried, and flipped after her hair off her shoulder. Cinder's eyes has caught on something, a dark spot below Peony's collarbone, visible just above the collar of her shirt. Hold still, she said, reaching forward. Peony he did the opposite, panicking and swiping hang at phantoms at her chest. What? What is it? A bug? A spider? I said, hold still. Cinder grabbed Peony by the wrist, hissed, rubbed at the spot, and froze. Dropping Peony's arm, she stumbled back. What? What is it? Hit. Peony. He tugged at her shirt, trying to see, but then and noticed another spot on the back of her hand. She fro. She looked up at Cinder, blood draining from her face. A rash? She said. Head from the car. Cinder her gulped and and neared her with hesitant footsteps, holding her breath. She reached again, hand for her Peony's collarbone, and pulled the fabric hick, from her shirt down, revealing the entire spot in the moonlight. A splotch of red, rimmed with bruised purple. Her fingers trembled. She pulled away, meeting King Peony's gaze. Peony screamed. Chapter 5. Peony's shriek filled the junkyard, seeping into the cracks of broken machinery and outdated computers. Cinder's auditory interface couldn't protect her from the shrill memory, even as his, his voice cracked and she dissolved into hysteria. Cinder stood trembling, unable to move, wanting to comfort Peony, wanting to run away. How was this possible? Peony was young, healthy. She couldn't be sick. Peony he cried, brushing repeatedly at her spots. The spots. Cinder's neatly took over, and it did in moments, as it did in moments when, and she couldn't think for herself. Searching, connecting, feeding information, feeding information to her she didn't want. Letomosis, the blue fever, worldwide pandemic, hundreds of, of hundreds of thousands dead, unknown cause, unknown cure. Peony. She tentatively reached forward, but Peony stumbled back, swiping at her wet cheeks and nose. Don't come near me. You'll get it. You'll all get it. Cinder retracted her hand. She heard Eco at her side. Fan whirring, saw the blue light darting hanging over Peony. Around the junkyard, flickering. She was scared. I said, get back. Peony collapsed at her knees, hunching over her stomach. Cinder took 2 steps away, then lingered, watching Peony rock herself back and forth in Eco's spotlight. I need to call whole emergency hover to come back to come and take you away. Peony didn't respond. Her her body her whole body was rattling. Cinder could hear her teeth clattering in between the wails. Cinder shivered. She rubbed at her arms, inspecting them for spots. She couldn't see any, but she eyed her right glove with distrust, not wanting to remove it, not wanting to check. She stepped back again. The junkyard shadows loomed toward her. The plague. It was there. It was here. In the air. In the garbage. How long did it take for the first symptoms of the plague to show up? Or she thought of Chang Sacha at the market, the terrified mob running from her booth, the blare of the sirens. Her stomach plummeted. Was this her fault? Had she brought the plague egg home from the market? She checked her arms again, batting at invisible bugs that had crawled over her skin. Stumbled back. Peony's sobs filled her head, suffocating her. A red warning flashed across her retina display, informing her that she was experiencing elevated levels of adrenaline. She blinked it away, then held up her comm link with a writhing gut and sent a simple message before she could question it. Emergency. Tai Hang District Junkyard. Letomosis. She clenched her jaw, feeling the painful dryness of her eyes. A throbbing headache told her that she should be crying, that her sobs had matched her sister's. Why? Peony said, her voice stammering. What did I do? You didn't do anything, said Cinder. This isn't your fault, but it might be mine. What should I do? Eco asked, almost too quiet to be heard. I don't know, said Cinder. Hover's on its way. Peony rubbed her nose with her forearm. Her eyes were rimmed and red. You need to go. You'll catch it. Feeling dizzy, Cinder realized she had been breathing too shallowly. She was almost. She took another step away before filling her lungs. Maybe I already have it. Maybe it's my fault you caught it. The outbreak at the market today. I I didn't think I was close enough, but Peony, I'm so sorry. Peony squeezed her eyes and buried her face again. Her brown hair was a mess of tangles hanging across her shoulders. Stark against her pale skin, a hiccup, followed by another sob. I don't want to go. I know. It was all Cinder could think to say. Don't be scared. It will be all right. She couldn't lie. Not when it would be so obvious. I wish there was something. She stopped herself. He heard the sirens before Peony did. I'm so sorry. Peony swiped at her nose with her sleeve, leaving a trail of mucus, then kept crying. She didn't respond until the wails of the sirens reached her ears, and her head had snapped up. She stared into the distance. The entrance of the junkyard heard somewhere behind the trash heaps. Eyes rounded, lips trembling, face blotchy red. Cinder's heart shriveled in on itself. She couldn't help herself. If if he was going to catch it, she already had. She fell to her knees, wrapping Peony up in both arms. Her tool belt dug into her hip, but she ignored it as Peony he grasped at her t-shirt. Sobs renewed. I'm so sorry. What will you tell Mom and Pearl? Cinder bit her lips. I don't know. Then, the truth, I guess. Bile rose in her mouth. Maybe it was a sign. Maybe stomach sickness was a symptom. She looked down at her forearm, embracing Peony to her. Still no spots. Peony shoved her away, scooting back in the dirt. Stay away. You might not be sick yet. But they would take you. You have to get out of here. Cinder hesitated. She heard the crunch of shreds of scattered aluminum and plastic. She didn't want to leave Peony, but what if she already... What if she really hadn't caught it yet? She sat back to her... She sat back on her heels, then clambered to her feet. She clambered to her feet. Yellow, yellow lights were nearing them from the shadows. Cinder's right hand sweating in its glove. Her breathing in its head shallowed again. Peony, go, go away. Cinder stepped back. Had the blurry he had the bleary hands to stop and pick up the folded mag belt. She moved toward the exit, her human leg as numb as the prosthesis. Peony's sobs chased after her. Three white androids met her around the corner. They had yellow sensors and red crosses painted on their heads, and two were her pushing the hovering gurney between them. Are you the letomosis victim? One asked in a neutral voice, hold, holding up an ID scanner. Cinder hit her wrist. No, my sister, Lynn Peony. She's he's that way to the left. The Medroids is with the gurney wheeled away from her down the path. Have you had direct contact with the victim in the past 12 hours? The remaining android asked. Cinder opened her mouth, hesitating, guilt and fear her curdled in her gut. She could lie. There was no proof she had it yet. But if they took her to the quarantines, she didn't stand a chance. But if she went home, she could infect everyone. Adri, Pearl, those screeching, laughing children, and rushing through the hallways. She could barely hear her own voice. Yes. Are you showing symptoms? No, I don't know. I feel lightheaded, but not. She stopped herself. The Medroid neared her, its heads grating on the dirty ground. Cinder stumbled away from it, but it said nothing, only inched closer to Cinder's calves and pressed against the rotting storage grate. It held up the ID scanner, her in one pronged hand, and then a third arm appeared from within its torso. A syringe and place of grippers. Cinder shuddered, but didn't resist as it grabbed her right wrist and inserted the needle. Well, she flinched, watching as dark liquid it did almost blacken the android's yellow light was pulled up into the syringe. She was not afraid of needles, but the world began to tilt. The android removed it just in time for her to slump down onto the grate. What are you doing? She whispered. Initiating blood scan for her latomotus carrying pathogens. Cinder heard a motor start up inside the android, faint beeps announcing each step. The android's light dimmed as its power her source was diverted. She held her breath until her control panel kicked in and forced her lungs to contract. ID, said the android, holding the scanner out to her. A red light passed over her wrist, and the scanner beeped. The android slashed it away. Stashed it away in its hollow torso. She wondered how long it would take for it to finish the scan and determine that she was a carrier. confirming that he was at fault for everything. The sound of treads approached along the path. Cinder turned her head as the two androids appeared, with Peony atop their gurney. She was sitting hanging up with her hands wrapped around her knees. Swollen eyes, his wildly darted around the junkyard, as if searching for an escape, as if she'd stumbled onto a nightmare. But she didn't try to run. No one ever put up a fight when being taken to the quarantines. Their eyes met. Cinder opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She tried to plead forgiveness with her eyes. The faintest of smiles touched Peony's lips. She raised a hand and waved with only her fingers. Cinder returned it, knowing it should be her. It already, she had already outlived fate once. She should be the one and being carted away. She she should be the one dying. It should be her. He was about to be her. She tried to speak, to tell Peony she would be right behind her. She wouldn't be alone. But then the android beeped. Scan complete. No letomosis as carrying pathogens detected. Subject is urged to stay 50 feet back from an infected patient. Cinder blinked. Relief and dread all squirmed inside her. She wasn't sick. She wasn't going to die. She wasn't going with Peony. We'll alert you via comm when Lynn Peony enters her subsequent stages of the disease. Thank you for your cooperation. Cinder wrapped her arms around herself, and watched Peony lie down, and as she was carted away, curling up like a child on the gurney. I think I'll go for one more chapter, and then I'll rate out. And of course, take my periodic breaks. So how y'all all enjoying the stream so far? Since we've gotten 5 chapters in. If any of you are still here, that is. Wouldn't it be funny if I just called out the fact that y'all are asleep? Y'all just has gone to bed. Ooh, rail grade is half off. And yes, I'm just checking my notifications. Why is this on my wish list? All right, last chapter before I raid out. Chapter 6. Cinder slinked through the balmy night. The sound of her boots shuffling across the concrete, as if both legs were made of steel. The empty night was a chorus of muted sounds in her head. The sandy scrunching of Eco's treads, the sputtering of street lamps above them, the constant hum of the magnetic superconductor beneath the street. With every step, the wrench inside Cinder's her calf clanked. It was it was dulled held in comparison to the video playing in her mind. Her interface did that sometimes, recording moments of the strong emotion and replaying in them over and over, like deja vu, or when the last words of a conversation linger in the air long after silence was settled in. Has settled in. Usually, she could make the memory stop before it drove her crazy, but tonight she didn't have the energy. The black splotch on Peony's skin, her scream, the Medroid syringe dragging Cinder's blood from the flesh of her elbow. Peony small and trembling on the gurney, already dying. She stopped, clutching her elbow, as nausea roiled up. Eco paused, a few paces ahead, shining her spotlight on Cinder's scrunched face. Are you all right? The light darted down on the length of Cinder's body. She was sure Eco was searching for bruise-like rings, even though the med droid had said she wasn't infected. Instead of answering, Cinder peeled off her gloves and shoved them into her back pocket. Her faintness passing, she leaned her shoulders her against the street lamp and and drank in the human and drank in the humid air. Hid air. They made it home almost. The Phoenix Tower apartment stood uh, on the next corner. Only the top floor catching the faint light from the crescent moon. The rest of the building cast in shadow. The windows were black, but for a handful of lights, gates, and some bluish white glares from the flickering net screens. Cinder counted floors, finding the windows to the kitchen and Adri's bedroom. Though dim, a light was still on somewhere in the apartment. Adri wasn't a night person, but sometimes she discovered that Peony was still out. Or perhaps Pearl was awake, working on a school project or her calming friends late into the night. It was probably better this way. She didn't want to have to wake them. What am I going to tell them? Eco sensor was on the apartment building for a moment. Then the ground, picking up the shuffled debris across the sidewalk. Cinder rubbed her sweaty palm on on her pants and forced herself onward. Try as she might, suitable words would not come to her. Explanations, excuses. How could you tell a woman her daughter is dying? She swiped her ID and entered through the main door this time. The gray lobby was decorated only with a net screen that had announcements for the residents. A rise in maintenance, a rise in maintenance fees, a petition for a new ID scanner at the front door, a lost cat. Then the elevator, loud with the clunking of old machinery. The hallway was empty, save the man from apartment 1807, snoozing on his doorstep. Cinder had to tuck in his blade arm so Eco wouldn't crush it. Heavy breathing and the sweet aroma of rice wine wafted up. She hesitated in front of her apartment 1820. Heart pounding, she couldn't recall when, and the video of Peony had stopped repeating in her head, eclipsed by her harsh nerves. Oh, damn. Jesus. That whole... just the video just paused midway through my stream. God damn it. Anyway. Now I've lost my place. Where is it? She hesitated in front of apartment. She hesitated in front of apartment at 1820. Heart pounding, she couldn't recall when the video of Peony had stopped repeating in her head, eclipsed by her harsh nerves. What was she going to say? Cinder bit her lip and held up her wrist for the scanner. The small light switched to green. She opened the door as quietly as possible. Brightness from the living room spilled into the dark hallway. Cinder caught a glimpse of the net screen, still showing footage of the market from earlier that day. The baker's booth going up in flames again and again. The screen was muted. Cinder entered the room, but halted mid-step. Bumped against her leg. Facing her from the middle of the living room were three androids, with red crosses painted on the spherical heads, emergency medroids. Behind them, Adri in her silk bathrobe stood against the mantel, although although the holographic fire was turned off. Pearl was fully clothed, sitting on the sofa with her knees pulled up to her chin. They were both holding dry washcloths over their noses, and eyeing Cinder with a mixture of repulsion and fear. Cinder's stomach clenched. She drew a half step back into the hallway, wondering which of them was sick. But she quickly realized that neither of them could be. The androids would have taken them immediately. They wouldn't be protecting their breath. The entire the entire building would be on lockdown. She noticed a small bandage on Adri's elbow. They already been they'd already been tested. Cinder shifted her messenger bag, setting it head on the ground, but kept the mag belt. Adri cleared her throat and leaned and lowered the cloth to her sternum. She looked like a skeleton in the pale lighting. Mealy skin and jutting bones. Without makeup, dark circles swelled beneath her bloodshot eyes. She'd been crying, but now her lips were set in a stiff line. I received a call an hour ago, she said, once the silence had congealed in the room. It informed me that Peony has picked up in the Tai Hang District Junkyard and taken. Her voice broke. She dropped her gaze, and when she looked up again, her face, her eyes were flashing. But you knew that already, don't you? But you know that already, don't you? Cinder shifted, trying not to look, trying not to look at the medroids, without waiting for Cinder's answer. Adri said, "Eco, you can begin disposing of Peony's things. Anything she wore in the past week can go into waste collection, but take it to the alley yourself. I don't want it clogging up the chutes. I suppose everything else can be sold at the market." Her voice was sharp and steady, as it had been repeating in her head from the moment she'd received the news. Yes, Linji, said Eco, wheeling back into the hallway. Cinder stayed, frozen, both hands clutching the mag belt like a shield. Though the androids were incapable of ignoring Adri's his commands, it was clear that from their slowness that she didn't want to leave Cinder alone so long as the Medroids were watching with their hollow yellow scanners. Why? Said Adri, wringing the washcloth. Was my youngest daughter at the tying district junkyard this evening? Cinder drew the mag belt against her, lining it up from shoulder to toe, made of the same steel as her hand, and equally tarnished. It felt like an extension of her. She came with me to look for a mag belt, she said with a heavy breath. Her tongue felt swollen, her throat closing in. I'm so sorry. I didn't. I saw the spots. I called the emergency hover. I didn't know what to do. Tears puddled in Adri's eyes briefly before she blinked them away. She dropped her head, staring down at the heat twisted cloth. Her body sagged against the mantel. I wasn't sure that you would come back here, Cinder. I expected to receive another at any minute, telling me had my that my ward had heard was all that my ward had also been taken. Adri pulled her shoulders back, lifting her gaze. The weakness passed. Her dark eyes hardened. These medroids had tested Pearl and myself. The plague has not yet spread to either of us. Cinder started to nod, relieved, but that Adri continued. Tell me, Cinder, if Pearl and I were not carrying the disease, where did Peony get it from? I don't know. You don't know? But you did know about the outbreak in the market today. Cinder's lips parted. Of course, the clothes, the medroids, they thought she was infected. I don't understand you, Cinder. How could you be so selfish? She jerked her head. No. They tested me too, at the junkyard. I don't have it. I don't know where she got it from. She held out her arm, showing the bruise blooming in her elbow. They can check again if they want to. One of the med droids showed its first sign of life, hitting the sign of the red spot where the needle had pricked her. But they didn't move, and Adri didn't encourage them. Instead, she turned her attention to a small, all-framed port screen on the mantel, shuffling through the two pictures of Pearl and Peony in their childhood. Pictures at their old house. The one with a garden. Pictures with Adri before he lost her smile. Pictures with their father. I'm so sorry, said Cinder. I love her too. Adri squeezed the frame. Don't insult me, she said, sliding the frame closer to her. Do your kind even know what love is? Can you feel anything at all? Or is it just programmed? She was talking to herself, but the word stuck. But the word stung. Cinder risked a glance at Pearl, who was still sitting on the sofa with her face. He's half hidden behind her knees. But she was no longer holding the washcloth to her face. When she saw Cinder looking at her, she turned her gaze to the floor. Cinder her eye, flexed her fingers against the Mac belt. Of course I know what love is. And sadness too. She wished he could cry to prove it. Good. Then you will understand that I am doing what a mother must do to protect my children. Then Adri turned the frame face down on the mantel. Uh, on the couch, Pearl turned her face away, pressing her cheek against her knees. A tendril of fear held in Cinder's stomach. Adri, it has been 5 years since you became a part of this household, Cinder. 5 years since Garvin and left you to me. I still don't know what had made him do it. Don't know why he left. Why he felt obligated to travel to Europe, of all places, to find some mutants to take care of. He never explained it to me. Perhaps he perhaps he would have someday, but I never wanted you. You know that? Cinder pursed her lips. The blank-faced Medroids leered up at her. She did know that, but she didn't think Adri would had ever put it so clearly. Garin wanted you to be taken care of, so I've done my best. Even when he died, even when and the money ran out, even when everything fell apart. Her voice cracked. She, her voice cracked, and he pressed one palm firmly against her mouth. Cinder watched her shoulders tremble. Listen to the short, listen to the short gasp of breath as she tried to stifle her sobs. But Garn would have agreed. Peony comes first. Our girls come first. Cinder started to. Cinder started at the raised voice. She he could hear the justification in Adri's tone, the determination. Don't leave, don't leave me with this thing. She shuddered. Adri, if it weren't for you, Garn would still be alive, and Peony, no, it's not my fault. Fault, Cinder. Her spot hit a flash of white. It saw Eco loitering in the hallway, uncertain. Her sensors had gone nearly black. Heck. Cinder searched for her voice. Her pulse was throbbing. White spots flickering across her vision. A red warning flickered in the corner of her eye. A recommendation she calmed down. I didn't ask to be made like this. I didn't ask for you to, or anyone to adopt me. This isn't my fault. It isn't my fault either, Adri lashed out, shoving the net screen off its brackets with one shove. It fell and crashed, taking two of her husband's achievements plaques down with it. Bits of plastic ricocheted across the worn carpet. Cinder jumped back, but the frenzy he fled as fast as it had come. Adri's ragged breath was already slowing. She was always so careful not to disturb the neighbors, not to be noticed, not to cause a commotion, not to do anything that could ruin their reputation, even now. Cinder, said Andri. He said Adri. He chafing her fingers, hers with the washcloth, as if she could erase her lost temper. You'll be going with these Medroids. Don't make a scene. The floor shifted. What? Why? Because we all have a duty to do what we can. And you know what a high demand there is for your type. Especially now, she paused. Her face had gone pink and mottled. We can still help Peony. They just need cyborgs to find a cure. You volunteered me for plague research? Her mouth could barely form the words. What else was I supposed? What else was I to do? Cinder's jaw hung. She took she shook her head dumbly, as all three yellow sensors focused on her. But nobody survives the testing. How could you? Nobody survives the plague. If you care for Peony as much as you claim to, you'll do as I say. If you hadn't been so selfish, you would have volunteered yourself after or you left the market today, before coming here and ruining my family again. But take her away. She's yours. Cinder was too stunned to move as the nearest android he'd held a scanner her up to her wrist. It it beeped and he flinched back. Lynn Cinder, it said in its metallic voice, your voluntary sacrifice is admired and and appreciated by all citizens of the Eastern Commonwealth. A payment was made a payment will be made to our loved ones as a show of gratitude for your contribution and to our ongoing studies. Her grip tightened on the mag belt. No. Oh, that's what this is really about, isn't it? You don't really care about Peony. You don't care about me. You just want that stupid payout. Adri's eyes widened. Her temples was pulling taut against her skull. She crossed she crossed the room in two steps. The back of the back of her hand whipping across Cinder's face. Cinder fell against the door frame him and pressed a hand to her cheek. Take her, said Adri. Get her out of my sight. I didn't volunteer. You can't you can't take me against my will. The android the android was unperturbed. We've been authorized by your legal guardian to take you into custody, though through the use of force if necessary. Cinder curled her fingers, balling a fist against her ear. You can't force me. You can't force me to be a test subject. Yes, said Adri. Her own breathing labored. I can, so long as you who are under my guardianship. You don't really think this will save Peony. You just you don't pretend that this is about her. She has days. The chances of her finding a cure before. Then my only mistake was in waiting too long to be rid of you, Adri said, running her running the washcloth between her fingers. Believe me, Cinder, you are a sacrifice I will never regret. The heads of one of the medroids clattered against the carpet. Are you prepared to come with us? Yes. Cinder pursed her lips and lowered her hand from her face. She glared at Adri, but she could find no sympathy in her stepmother's eyes. A new hatred boiled up inside her. Warning flashed, warnings flashed in her vision. No, I'm not. Cinder swagged the mag belt, smacking it hard against the android's cranium. The robot fell to the floor, treads head spinning in midair. I won't go. Scientists have done enough to me already. A second android rolled toward her, initiating procedure 240B, forcible removal of android draft subject. Cinder sneered and shoved the end of the mag belt at the android sensor, shattering the lens hands and thrusting it onto its back. She spun around to face the last android. already thinking how she would run from the apartment, wondering if it'd be too risky to call a hover, wondering where her to find a knife for her carrying out her ID chip. Otherwise, they were her sure to track her. Wondering if Eco would be fast enough to follow, wondering if her legs could carry her all the way to Europe. The Medroid approached too fast. She stumbled, clanging in the trajectory of the mag belt, but the android's metal pinchers has grasped her wrist first. Electrodes fired. Electricity haze sizzled through Cinder's nervous system. The voltage overwhelmed her wiring. Cinder's lips parted, but the cry stuck in the back of her throat. She dropped the mag belt and collapsed. Red warning flashings flashed across her vision until, in an act of cyborg self-preservation, her brain forced her to shut down. Oh boy. I'm going to pause this now. So that was a little bit more passionate than I expected this early on. Although I probably should have seen that coming. But I think now is a good time to end. And I'll continue this next week. I'll continue this story next week. I think it's very clear that that I've gotten pretty immersed already in the story, so I'm definitely returning to this next week. I'm gonna look at the artists that Infer recommended. Maybe I might get. I no guarantee. I'm no guarantee on whether I get a PNG tuber for this kind of stuff, but I'm thinking. But depending on what happens, I'll see what goes down. With that being said, though, thank you all so much for being here and watching and lurking. I don't know if any of you are still here or if are all just asleep. Regardless, I had a good time. With that being said, let's find a raid target. I could raid Sferi. Let's see if anyone has anything fairy tale related. Because this is obviously loosely inspired by. Because this is obviously loosely inspired by. Because this book is obviously loosely inspired by Cinderella. What who's online that could play that might be playing something loosely fairy tale related? If not fairy tale related, I'll look for something relaxing at the very least. Someone's doing music. Sora, Sora Lionheart, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Unfortunately, I'm about to raid out, so I don't have much time. Aim, aim to actually do anything further to justify your follow, but hopefully you, hopefully you've enjoyed what you've seen. If I may ask, how did you find me? Let's see. Just trying to find fellow Fatfur streamers is all. Ah, so you're a Fatfur. Gotcha. I haven't rated Ebony in a minute. There's Marcy. There's Butterblast. Is is Sunshark still live? Might not be so relaxing, but like, if Sunshark Sasha is still live, I could raid her. Yee. Oh, that's a cute emote. I still find it funny that Twitch accepted all my emotes, lol. Let's see. Sunshark. She is not live, but hey, hey, which is a shame, but hey, whatevs. Of course, there's me, but I'm not looking to raid myself because I can't. I'll raid Marcy. I'm probably never going to get another chance to raid. Hey, Marcy. I'm probably not going to have much of another opportunity to raid Marcy, so why the fuck not? Marcy Yorza. Make sure I spelled that correctly. Boom. And before I raid out, I gotta get that raid message set up. Oops. Nope. Express coming through. Send. Make sure I copy that down for myself on the platform that I need that on. But yeah, with that being said, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for watching and lurking. And without further ado, I will see you all later.